Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today is session 391, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons and donors. Thank you very much. Very much, very much. Uh, Players, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and open up your PC tokens character sheet and add 391 points for showing up on time. And actually last week, it wasn't this week, it was actually last week. I forgot about it. Last week was the 6th-year anniversary of Solynod Hex on Roll20. We've been going for 6 years. And I wanted to grant you guys an extra 6,000 points last week, but it's going to have to be this week because I can't travel back in time. So that's a total of 6,391 points for showing up on time. Hopefully that will. And that's just to the PCs.
Yeah.
And hopefully that will turn the tables on some levels, maybe, or something for somebody. When last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Lucilia City. Up in the Gray Mesas, a low mountain range of central Panoplia. I believe we had Asher had just rejoined the rest of the party at one of the inns.
She had told us her conversation with her parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a conversation with her family.
And we talked about staying a day or so Jandrak could get some spells.
Yeah. And there was a group of pilgrims that showed up at the inn looking for lodging, but it was already full. And they sort of turned away. Ryer was adjusting the mood of everyone in the room. And Shandrak tried to recruit Wilwith as a henchman, but found out that Wilwith was of equal level or higher. And that's pretty much where we're at as far as I recall. Okay. First up is... The time now is 1:03 p.m. July the 19th, 11 AE5. The weather is nice and warm and sunny despite the altitude. You're in low mountains, so it's not, super cold. It's probably low 70s outside. And first up is Asher and Company.
Oh yeah, also somebody had come by and said that that the king might want to see Asher, but we hadn't really gotten a summons, so Karen Glor told her that because she was missing, and she's like, well, we'll see if he summons us. And then we talked about going to see him. And so Asher's, sitting there watching everybody have a good time at the bar, and she's not really in a rush. But she says, whenever you guys are ready, it's only noon, so there's still probably plenty of time to go see Nim at the palace.
That sounds good to me. I can see what he's got today, although I'd have to copy it tomorrow.
She nods and says, and also I want to ask him if he knows anything about these books. Hey, who else we need to ask is Adolf. Since he was the one who dropped the book off here, a decade ago
Yes.
or so.
Yes.
Another wizard you'd like to speak to, I'm guessing.
Oh, well, I've already spoken to Adolf, but I'm just saying that's also a great idea. Yeah, if he has anything to do with that, we should, yeah.
And so she starts ticking off on her finger. She said, talk to Nim, talk to Adolf, and head to Adria as quick as possible because I don't know how much time we have before that place gets attacked too.
Okay. Anything else for Asher and Company?
That's it.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
So Shandrak turns to Asher and Tenzi and says, so I know we do have sort of another pressing thing on our hands, but I was thinking to myself, and I kind of wanted to pop back in and take a visit to Tintabula again because I keep thinking about that spell stone that I never got the chance to read what was on it, but I feel like if whatever wizards put down the spell on that stone thousands of years ago, it's probably worth taking a look at.
Anatar said, I read the stone.
You
Two
did?
of them. Yes,
What were on them?
I couldn't learn them. As I think one was like a level 9 something spell, and God, I forget what the other one was. Anatar read them both, but I don't remember what they were. Josh, can you help me out?
I don't remember which ones he read.
All right then. Oh, there were more than 2. Okay. God, it was like a 9th level something.
Right. Well, if it's
I
that
don't
strong,
remember, but we can go back and look. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you found one that's strong, then it might be worth. Maybe I should wait before reading it, anyways.
Yeah, there was a reason he couldn't remember. There was a reason he couldn't read both of them. I think they were both too high a both too high a level.
But Shandrak turns to Tenzi and says, "But we do need to check back into oh god, not I'm getting their names mixed up. Not Karanglor.
Oh, Adamar.
No. Oh, yes, Adamar, but as well. But I meant the your
Calamar.
Calamar.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to check up on him. It's been a while, and I didn't get the chance to ask him what he had, so I'd like to do that too, while we're checking him on his research.
Yes, I'm interested in how Calamar fared with the research.
And Shandrak will just take another drink, and that'll be all.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
It's Tenzi turns to Asher and says, "It seems like visiting Nim, we might kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If the king did want to speak with us, when we be like right by where the king is?"
I would think so. I mean, I don't want to pop in and be like, "Hey, I heard you wanted to see me," but if he sees me walking around, maybe he'll be like, "Hey, get in here."
All right, that's probably what we should do. And as Chandrak said, I am very interested in going back to visit Calamar again.
Yeah, and we're probably still a few hours away from Matamar waking up, so if we still have time after that, I guess there's no reason we couldn't pop over to Calamar's. Well, I guess Shandrak probably wants to be fresh with able to copy a spell if he needs to.
Yeah, that'd be best. To get it all done efficiently.
All right, yeah, let's head on up whenever you guys are done with your drinks.
Tenzi looks over at Musashi. Musashi's starting to guzzle down the rest of his beer, and Tenzi turns and said, "Yeah, we should be done pretty shortly here. That'll be it for us."
Okay. Time now, 1:04 p.m. Asher and Company.
Asher looks around at Enzi and Shandrak's groups to see if everyone looks like they're packing up ready to go.
We should be.
Yeah.
Does Shandrak look ready?
Yep. Chandrak does that. Ryer starts to wind down his song to let the crowd go away.
Asher stands up and does like a cat stretch, and then she's just sauntering toward the door.
Okay.
And everybody's following her. And jogs along out behind her. Because we can only move at Cotterville speed. I believe that's everybody. Yep. And Arhill gets off his roost and flies along after us. Oh, he's stuck in a wall.
To her.
What do I remember about how we got here? Let's see. The stairs up are west of here, correct? Whenever we're going
East.
around. East, okay. Alright, so we'll head that way. That's just one person. Alright, we'll end up there.
Okay. And Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak motions over to Ryer, who stops playing and picks up his hat, and then him and Ryer follow Asher's group. And that'll be all.
Okay. And here's Tenzi's new token reflecting the appearance of him with his cloak of displacement on.
Cool.
Nice. I cannot find us on the map.
I thought I saw your old token in there.
I just saw it. We'll get up and follow them out the door. And that'll be it for us. There.
Okay. Seems like everyone's leaving the Left Wing Lane Tavern. Was there... where were you guys going to go to?
Alice.
The Palace. Okay.
House first.
Alright, so you go into the tunnel ahead and up the stairs. To the Fairy Elf Nobility District. Here, that's where the tunnel terminates. And then from there, you head on over to a second tunnel inside this part of the city that leads you up some stairs up to the Elf Royal District, or the Fairy Elf Royal District. And it takes about 5 minutes to get up there. And once you get up there, you can see that both sides of the street are lined with what appear to be trees with faces bearing fruit. Weird. Oh, it's Varen. Okay. And the entire outside of the building is like mirrored glass and stone, white stone, same stone that the two towers are built from in Enervia City.
Mm.
Which is the White Towers.
I can see the shape of it, but not what it looks like because of the dynamic lighting lines. Is that structure in the center of the palace?
Yeah. It is a circular dome that rises from the ground, probably 15 feet on the sides. The walls go straight up 15 feet and then it turns into a rounded dome on top. The center is probably 40 to 50 feet high. And it's about 150 feet across. And just south of it are two pools of water, here and here.
Oh, that's water.
Yeah. And it looks like they're made for, swimming and bathing. And there are elves with blonde hair swimming and bathing in the pools. Fairy elves. Probably, nobles of the city. Trying to keep cool, I guess. First up is notionally there are elves around the pools. First up is Asher and Company.
Okay.
You can see the entrance to the building is on the south side. Well, south arc.
Here. Off to pass the time. We zoom in.
And there are guards outside.
Oh, where Asher? Oh, yep, there.
And they just see you and they nod and
Okay.
open up the door for you.
She nods
Oh,
back.
I didn't
She'll
make
get
a door.
that far.
There's
Just walked right in.
yeah,
Security
there's
at this place is
an
terrible.
I didn't make any doors.
And our hill's just gonna perch over here on the path.
There we go. And there's an attendant at the desk, sort of fiddling with some paperwork.
Have trapped Jim in a wall. That's how far Cotterbill can get, so they're all just hanging out. That'll be the end.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Okay. Shandrak and Ryer. Oh, Asher. Where the door was. And when they gets up to the guards, Shandrak will say, I'm Shandrak and this is Ryer. We're compatriots of Asher's.
He just nods to you and holds the door open.
Shandrak comes in too. And dang it, I got Ryer in the wall right here.
Just delete him and drop a new token for Ryer. If he's not a PC, you don't need me to do anything. If he is a PC and you delete him, it'll take you off the turn order tracker. So I need.
Okay. Cool. All right, and
Oops.
yeah, I think we'll just step up beside there, and that's remove.
And Tenzi and Company.
We follow the others while we admire the beauty of the city.
Okay. Inside the palace is it's all posh, you know, white marble flooring. The walls and dome are all white. It's just white marble. Furniture is all made from the finest, oaks and maples. And despite there being elves, they can actually appreciate things made from wood. Being the most human-like of all the elves. They care less, obviously, for natural things than wild elves would.
And I think that'll be it. I don't think I'm standing on anybody.
Okay. So this is like a waiting room, and the attendant is just sitting there going through papers. Let's see. So he seems to be an actual gray elf. None of these elves are wild or high elves. These guards, they're all gray elves, soldier types. And this one is armed with there it is. With a long sword. And he seems to be really busy, like going through paperwork and reading paperwork, like even too busy to notice that you guys have all gaggle fucked in.
Overflowed his lobby.
Yeah. Yeah, like he's definitely not paying attention. Okay, first up is Asher and Company.
Asher looks over at the receptionist and says, we're looking for Nim's office. Is
He stops going through his paperwork and slowly lays it down on the table and slowly looks up and he says, "Ah, I am terribly sorry. I didn't even notice you came in. Uh, Nim's office? I'm sorry."
Oh, I thought that Nim worked here at the palace, and we were just gonna pay him a visit. We had some questions about a quest we're on.
Oh, yes. Well, Nim is at court right now with the king.
How long do you think that'll last?
Uh, Probably all day. If you'd like to enter the court, it's right through that door, and he points right here. And
She
then,
kind of pulls
and then
a
you,
face and says, "Okay."
and then you'll want to take a left and go through the second door, and go clockwise until you reach the next door on the right, and that is the King's Court.
Asher nods and says, "Okay, thanks." And she looks over at her friends and says, "Looks like we're going to court."
You don't seem very happy about it.
Says, "Well, you know, when you get mixed up with royals, there's always a chance something, something weird could happen. Get to take offense at, something you do or how you're dressed or, what you ate for breakfast." And she ticks off more ridiculous things on her fingers.
When Asher says things you eat for breakfast, Shandrak starts picking his teeth.
And she goes to try to open this door.
Okay. You notice there is a lock on it, but it is not locked right now. And it's a double door that opens freely. And inside is a sort of crescent-shaped anteroom with two guards, one at each door, right and left. And directly across the hall from the door, hanging on the wall, from a sort of sconce for lanterns, is a lantern. It's a hooded lantern. that is not lit. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. Miscellaneous tokens.
Oh, and over her shoulder, Asher says, except for Teneroth. Teneroth is awesome.
There we go. Okay. Hooded lantern. And there was one in the waiting room as well. There we go. Okay. And this gray elf, armed
Alright, so she'll turn.
with a bow, comes over to this door and opens it and holds it open for your party.
Yeah.
And you can see the hallway, just as described, curves clockwise. And the first door is to your right. At least the first door on the right is to your right. And again, there is a guard at the door. This one armed with a longbow and probably longsword. Opens the door for your group. And steps aside.
Alright.
And
Sure will.
inside is a gaggle of people. And court seems to be at recess right now. Because everyone is talking to each other.
Okay. That's good timing.
And that looks like this.
And she motions to her people and follow her to take seats on the benches. For Brian Druid, who's probably too big for the benches.
And the whole affair is lit by 2 braziers. Or sorry, 4 braziers. 2 adjacent to the throne, and 2 on the speaking floor, which is down in the center. Right, Shandrak.
Alright. Whoop. Sandrak and Ryer follow Asher. check out the court. And I want Shandrak to attempt to detect noise to try to see if I can listen in on like what the people are whispering about.
Oh,
If
you
that
don't even
can
need to
be
roll. You don't even need to roll.
okay.
Atmospherics
Okay.
in here are uh, sort of frustrated. People are frustrated. There's a lot of complaints about what happened in the library, and how a Goristro slipped past the security of the Griffin Riders to get into the city, and the problem with the uh, lodging shortage for the pilgrims.
These are all pretty fair points.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um. Yeah, I think that's all for now.
Okay. Uh, Tenzi and Company.
We'll head after them.
And as you guys all enter the court, you can see on the left-hand side is the throne. There's an actual staircase to get up to the level of the throne. It's like fully 10 feet above the rest of the room. And atop that is the throne, uh, made of the same white marble as the palace. And sitting atop the throne is the king. And Pasilion is his name. He's holding his unstrung longbow. It's leaning up against his left foot, and he has it between his legs, sort of lying across his right thigh, and he's holding it with his right hand.
This guy? This is the throne?
On the left side of the room, all the way to the left.
So Ashriel and Musashi find spaces on the benches, and Tenji stands behind Asher.
And you can see the king is looking down at Nim over here. This is Nim here on the left. And they're having a really, I guess, charged discussion. Nim is sort of frothing, not frothing at the mouth, but you can see he's spraying it, not saying it, as he speaks to the king. And the king has not an angry scowl, but sort of like those elvish scowls that in the movies where the elf is trying to observe someone keenly.
Yeah.
Just a narrow-eyed, um, narrow-eyed scowl. Not so much a scowl because his forehead isn't wrinkled or anything. He's just listening keenly as Nim speaks, and you know, keeping his royal bearing. And it seems like because of that, Nim has a lot of clout in Pastillion's court. He's right at the foot of the staircase to Pastillion's throne, looking up at him and spraying it, not saying it, pretty loudly.
Yeah.
The whole room is loud, anyways. And everyone is talking to each other. For now, I'm going to turn off animated graphics.
I would guess this is the first time that Asher's ever had business in this room and probably in this building.
Yeah, Asher's life didn't bring her any higher than the Grey Elf District ever.
Yeah.
Other than to visit the library. Which was, well, I don't know how often that was, but
Pretty often.
yeah. So that's in the Noble District, but you don't even have to really enter the Noble District to get there. You just go up to the top of the staircase, turn around, and there's the library. So, she's never been up to the Fairy Elf Royal District before, and certainly not in the palace, and certainly not in the center of the palace, which is the throne room / courtroom. So, yeah. Okay, anything else for Tenzi?
Nope.
All right, it is almost 1:15. Asher and Company.
So
Go ahead.
Asher's kind of looking around, taking everything in, because she lived in this city until recently for her whole life and has never seen this area. And she looks over toward Nim and tries to discern what he's telling the king so passionately.
Oh, he's talking about sending like a contingent of elvish heroes to Adria to take hold of the other books, and Pastillion's not having it. He's
Oh.
he's kind of slowly shaking his head, and he responds like, "This is not an elvish problem. The only reason the book is here is because your apprentice Adolf brought it, and it doesn't need to be here. And the rest of it, I wash my hands of it."
And uh, and she for at least a minute or so is just gonna see if there's a opening in the conversation. She's not really looking to get in the middle of all this.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just waiting and watching.
And you can see in the crowd there are some people who are doing the same thing as you. You know, watching Nim and Basilion basically argue at recess. um, and there seem to be some people that are frustrated, as much as Nim is about the subject. Like they want to take action somehow, um, but he's not um, he's not seeing their point. And his argument is because Adria is so far away. It's so far away that even if Adria were to fall to demonic influences, um, it wouldn't matter because there are uh, two countries in between us and them. So he's talking about Gronar and he's talking about Bryn. And Bryn is in shambles.
Oh,
Uh,
what
Bryn,
happened to
cur-
Bryn?
Bryn currently has no authorities in it. It's a post-apocalyptic country right now. The entire royal family, except for Princess Nina, was killed. Uh, the the circus, which is the adventuring group before this, um, rescued Princess Nina from the dungeon of Ars Nuna, which is the capital of Bryn. Uh, the capital city was being occupied by a priesthood of the duality, which is they're a very chaotic religion that is based on worshiping gods who um, are all about developing technology and magic and creating magical machines and more, you know, futuristic weapons, more technologically advanced weapons like guns and powder weapons, grenades, bigger, better catapults and whatnot. And they kind of turned the country into like a military industrial complex for about a year. And the people of just of the capital city were enslaved to become gunsmiths and powder uh, chemists, and that's why central Panoplia is so flooded with guns right now because of Bryn and its capital city's occupation. But
Oh, okay.
the circus killed off all the priests, destroyed their machines, and actually had an encounter with their god's avatar, and lost a couple people to the god's avatar. They were turned to puddles of water permanently.
Oh dear.
And now Princess Nina, who was pregnant at the time of her rescue,
Mm.
uh, is in um, western Panoplia near Enervia City. It's actually near Duragard, the dwarvish capital.
Mm.
Um, and her son was born like last year or whatever. The Minocalf, Calrin or something was his name. She named him. Shannon chose his name.
Mm.
But she is technically the queen, but she doesn't live there right now.
She's a
And
queen in exile.
kind of, yeah. So, there's like uh, a lot of turmoil in Ars Nuna, the capital of Bryn, and the whole country is pretty much in chaos. There were all the lords were slain, um, except for um, One Eye, the pirate
Okay.
lord. Okay, and
Yeah.
then there was one more. I forget his name, but it's basically the only places that are not in turmoil are Aquabelia because of Pirate Lord One Eye and Blackberg, I think it's called. Central Panoply. Let's see. Because of yeah, Blackberg. The Ranger Lord in Blackberg is keeping Blackberg under control, but the rest of the country is just on fire. Uh, Castle Beaumondy was destroyed. Kensington was destroyed, and all the people of the farms around those settlements are, yeah, it's like looting and pillaging and is going on. Bandits are basically the rulers now.
Okay. So Asher's gonna wait just a little bit longer to see if there's an opening in this conversation, but she turns toward Nim and like kind of shifts from foot to foot and just makes a little bit of motion in the hope of catching his eye.
So Nim notices you now, and he kind of looks up at the king and points at you and looks back up at the king. And the king sort of gives him a signal, and Nim speaks to the court, and he says, quiet down, quiet. I said quiet, and the last two people like shut the hell up. And he says, court is now in session. First order after recess will be this group of adventurers here who have just entered. Speaking for them today will be the gray elf known as. What was Asher's last name?
Anna.
Asher Kaihana.
Asher like looks over her shoulder like she's looking for somebody
Yeah.
else, and then points at her chest.
Yeah. You can see there's a little bit of like snooty prejudice for the rest of your group, being that you're the only gray elf there. Other than uh, some of your henchmen who are elvish or look elvish, they seem to be kind of fitting
Aaron
right in.
rolls his eyes and sighs
Yeah. Karanglar is actually from here.
impolitely loud.
Yeah. And Nim motions for you to, step to the center of the speaking floor.
And
And he
she
says,
slowly
"Won't you?
does.
Yeah, won't you step to the speaking floor, young lady?"
She kind of like shuffles, like childishly slow.
And people see the way you're dressed and the way you're equipped, and there's like a little bit of a murmur of surprise, like, "Oh, ooh." And you can tell some people recognize you now by your uh, reputation and the things that you've done. And you hear some people whispering, like, so such and such Aperceba, such and such Castle Kalain, so and so and so, the Great Below, such and such, Resurrection of Ushas. And they've heard these stories about um, the Order of the Superior Star, and they know that you are the senior member right now, and one of the members in good standing. That is one of the PCs.
Asher never knew that she was uncomfortable public speaking until now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And just when you're about to speak, the room goes silent.
It says, "So you have a book problem?"
Nim looks at you and says, "Are you addressing myself or the king?"
She's definitely looking at them.
Okay. Yes, the book, the one that Adolf brought from Adria for protection, he said, seems to have
Yeah.
caused a problem with one of our nobles.
Yes. I think we've taken care of that. Waiting for Adamar to wake up and make sure that everything's everything's good there, but I think it's better now. She looks around. Says, if you're looking for someone to track down the rest of the books, we were thinking about doing that anyway.
And the court sort of starts muttering again. And you can see some people are like nodding in agreement with what you just said, and there are a few, just a few, like loyalists of the king that are saying like this is an outrage. Blah, 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 blah. And then again it goes silent. And Nim gets a sort of like a little bit of a smile on his face. And he says, "What do you propose?" And this is what he looks like. I don't know if I. Oh, okay, I need to add Tenzi and Shandrak to this. This is what Nim looks like as he's speaking with Asher. So he's just a normal gray elf. He's not. He's not a fairy elf. He's like, "What do you propose?" With this.
Nasher says, well, we originally came here to talk to you about if you knew where we might look for the other books. We know there's one in Adria, but not where in Adria, and maybe talk to Adolf about if he hid any other books anywhere. Just gather some information and then start tracking them down. That's just sort of our thing. We do that sort of thing.
I have spoken with Adolf by ascending, and he has told me that any two of the copies could be used in a summoning ritual to summon Tenebris to our world from the negative plane of energy. Are you aware of this, Miss Kaihana?
honest part of the plan, like the bad guys do sometimes. He said that he was looking for all of the books, so we thought that he needed all of them. So that's worse than we thought.
A demonic lie, apparently.
Yeah,
According
they'll
to
do that.
according to my research, all 5 known copies of the book were written in such a way that the rituals can be extrapolated from any 2 copies. That being said, we have control of 1 copy, the third of 4. That leaves the original, copy numbers 1, 2, and 4.
Which one's in Adria?
Say again.
So there's one in Adria. And do we know
At
where the
least
others
1.
are?
More than
Oh, at least.
likely, the other 4 are in Adria, according to Adolf.
And does he have any more specific information? That's a whole land.
Only that he was able to get a hold of the first book under our control in Mingdao. There is a scribe there from which he procured the book. I'm told your group now has custody of copy 3 of 4. Is this true?
Asher tries to gauge from his face what the right answer is. It's it says, yeah, we just, put it for safekeeping. Didn't want any more demons bothering you.
Are you aware if a demon were to defeat you in combat, who had possession of another copy of the book, would be able to use your copy and its own copy to summon Tenebris?
And Asher, for the first time, looks indignant. And she says, well, maybe. My group wasn't overwhelmed by a demon, and the library where it was kept was occupied by a demon for weeks. So if I had to choose which was the safer bet,
You believe that in your group's possession is the safest bet?
yes, I do.
How unfortunate. They should be destroyed! All of them, immediately. Unless there is something you wish to learn from them. Something about your enemies, perhaps. You could use that to your advantage.
Yes, we do plan to destroy the books. We were keeping one in case we wanted to do more research about our enemies, as you say. Um,
And someone from the crowd's like,
destroying the
someone from the crowd interjects and says, "We should use it! Use it as a weapon to summon demons, to fight the demons!" And then someone else is like,
Asher
"You
points and says,
idiot!"
no, no.
Someone else in the crowd, someone else in the crowd says, "Shut up, you idiot!"
Yeah, but she says to Nim, she says, I'm not necessarily against destroying it. We may have already discovered all we're going to learn, but once we destroy the book, that's it. No, we can't use it anymore. If we need information, it's gone.
So, what do you propose to do with the copies as you gather them?
I wish to keep one in our possession for as long as we are on our quest so that we can refer to it. if necessary, and destroy the copies as we come across them.
Do you have the book in this room?
Yes and no. Um, she looks over at Shandrak. It's on another plane, I think. Shandrak.
On another plane?
Yes. Shandrak interjects. I have it it locked in the ethereal plane and wizard locked.
You mean to tell me you have a book highly sought after by extraplanar demons in another plane, unguarded other than wizard locked? Are you not aware that demons can reach the deep ethereal?
Asher opens her mouth and closes it.
You have much to learn of magic. And he sort of rolls his eyes in disgust. And there's like a little bit of a murmur in the room. Okay, anything Shandrak and company would like to do?
Yeah. So Shandrak would like to speak up and say, with all due respect, you say this isn't a issue for the elves,
Who is speaking?
but
Who is speaking?
Shandrak lifts his arm up. Me.
Asher
And you
says, "This
are?
is
And
brave Shandrak."
he steps around the corner so he can actually see you.
I am Shandrak, a compatriot of Asher's and the Order of Solynod Hex. I
But
was listening to your earlier argument, and I just wanted to say in support that, um, uh, you know, in all due respect, your Majesty, and Shandrak turns to the king. You know, I don't think this is a purely elven
please
issue.
step to the speaking floor so we all may observe you.
Shandrak steps on down next to Asher. And he clears his throat and says, with all due respect, Your Majesty, this is an elven matter. We came to this city initially because um, Adamar, Asher's fiance, we had heard, was in dire straits, and we wanted to see if we could help him and see what the problem was. Once we got here, we saw that what the problem was that a Garistro possessed him. So it seems to
Glabrizu.
me that
It was a Glabrizu.
a Gobrizu. It seems to me this is an elven issue when one of your people was possessed and nearly stole the book.
And as you're speaking, the king is like, nope, 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 and everything that you say.
And Shandrak motions over to Ryer, and Ryer starts plucking on his guitar strings, and he's gonna try to influence the chord.
Asher shakes her head. Just like, this is not gonna work.
Just see if people can just be a little chiller.
Chill vibes only.
So he starts playing his guitar.
Yeah.
Okay. Sound of guitar fills the room as soon as I can turn it on. And so Nim looks around the room and he says, "What is that incessant racket?" And he looks over at Ryer.
Ryer just kind of smirks at him. Also, my screen's gone black.
I think I gave all these elves sight.
Oh wait,
That's why.
never mind. I found myself. I found the chord.
Yeah, I did. I need to fix that real quick. I'm just gonna delete the gray elves since they're causing issues. All right. Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will carefully remove his cloak, fold it carefully over his left arm, walk down next to Asher and Shandrak, and say to Nim that it really doesn't matter if it's a elven issue or not. We will take care of it.
Okay.
And if my friend Chandrak says that it's in a safe place, you can bet your life that it's in a safe place.
And Nim, he gives you the pointing the number one, pointing straight up and but shaking the finger left to right, like no, no, no. And he goes, now, no, the ethereal plane is not safe from demons.
It may not be, but if my friend says that he has it in a safe place, I'm sure he's taken precautions to hide it. And this will all be over soon if we can just get about our business. If you want to help, give us aid. If not, don't stand in our way.
Asher looks super impressed at Tenzi.
Yeah. The king
Yeah.
pipes up and he
And
says,
Chandrak kind of blushes a little. It's like, oh man, Chandrak's really talking me up.
the king pipes up and he says, in order to speed your journey, we will teach you to ride griffins, and each of you will be given a griffin if you are so inclined to learn. That is out of character if you have proficiency slots for griffin riding, which is an aerial mount, which takes 2 slots. So it would be aerial-based riding of griffins.
Yeah, I don't think Ushad will be able to learn that, so.
Yeah, I only have one non-weapon proficiency, so.
Yeah.
Use my last one on the elephant.
So Tenzi will not kind of bow, do like a half bow, and thank him for the offer. But we have ways of travel that are faster than griffins.
And the king sort of like blinks and nods. Okay. Time now is 1:13 in the afternoon, July 19th, 1185, and it's Asher and Company.
Yeah, so Asher says, yeah, well, my friend Tenzi said, we just came here for information. You've told us a good deal. If there's anything else we need to know about the books, then do tell us. But we came here for information more than support, so.
And Nim
Should be heading
says,
for.
that is all the information we have at this time.
Asher nods and says, "All right, then we'll be on our way."
It
And she,
seems your journey
slowly
starts with the scribe.
She nods and she repeats the scribe's name that we found in the book, and she says, "You mean that guy?"
Which is?
Is it Saki or Endless? I wrote down 2 names. I don't remember which one it is.
And Huang?
And Huang.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down as the name inside of the book, Jian Huang.
Yeah, Jen Huang.
Yeah, I can't read half of the notes I write down, so it's hardly surprising.
Yeah. Xian Huing. Or Huing. And
So she says,
Nim says, "Ah, Xian Huing. Never heard of him, but that seems to be your first lead."
Asher nods and starts to walk off the speaking floor slowly, making sure no one's gonna stop her.
And
Okay.
as you walk off the floor, Nim says, "Next order of business," and they start talking about the pilgrims, and some of the pilgrims step in to the court, to the speaking floor.
And her people will follow her out.
Okay, Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak turns to Nim and says, could I please meet with you after court? We have a long journey ahead of us, and I'd like to discuss perhaps purchasing spells from you.
He acts as though he doesn't even hear you, and he's like talking to the king.
Yeah, he's back to politic mode.
Yeah.
Shandrak will exit and kind of wave by Ryer, and he'll slowly like make the music go quieter and quieter, and then stop as he walks out the room.
Okay. And Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will walk up next to where Ashriel and Musashi are, carefully put back on his cloak, and then all three of them will exit the court. And that'll be the end of our turn.
Oh, someone drew a line. I'm like, why the hell is it selecting all of that? All right. So you exit the court, and the guard right here closes the door behind you. Okay, Asher and Company.
So Asher turns and says, "Well, that was something." She kind of like stage whispers to Chandrak, and she says, that book is safe, right? I know we said it was, but it is, right?"
As soon as we get out of this palace, I'm taking that book out of the chest.
Okay. um, and he says, "Well, I guess we could go to the Lion's Guard and wait for Adamar to wake up, or we could, go back to the tavern, or we could uh, visit. This is in the city. I don't know if you guys are looking for any kind of weapons or armor or uh, but I don't know what cool things you may have set up in the city that are worth looking at."
Um, yeah, I guess we should probably just wait for Adamar. I'm good for that.
Looks at Tensi.
Um, how many hours do we think that is yet?
We weren't entirely sure. We thought it was. I feel like last time I used it, it was somewhere like 4 hours.
Maybe we could use this time to see Calamar or Adolf.
Escher nods and says, "Yeah, Chandrak wouldn't be able to learn any of their spells if there were any he was interested in, but I don't guess there's any reason we couldn't go back."
That's all right. I can check it out and buy whatever's good if I want it.
Escher nods and says, "Okay, she looks around for like a good place to put a portal. Says it's a little cramped in here. Maybe we'll take this outside."
Tenzi nods in agreement.
And they'll head outside.
Okay. Chandrak and Company.
Following them, everybody outside.
And Tenzi and Company.
Following him outside.
Okay, time now is 1:15. Asher and Company.
So once they get outside, stop here. And Asher says, "Well, there's a lot of people around, but we don't really have a private location, so we can just make a portal here, I guess."
Yeah.
Alright, and double check and make sure.
Folding
Positive, Aaron.
dimensions.
I'm positive Aaron has it prepared, but let me just double check. he's got one. Uh, so
I've got 3, so
oh damn, okay. Let's save Varen's till we get back because I explicitly said that he like studied the area in front of the library. So
right.
that'd be a good one to get back.
Yep.
I see you took Ashriel straight to Planetar.
What?
I switched him back.
Oh, I know. I wasn't sure which one that was when I was flipping the polymorphs.
It's let's see this.
But it looked dang cool.
Yeah, this one is Planetar right here.
Ah, okay.
Or whoops, shift Z. There we go.
Yeah, that's dang cool.
Yeah, that's what he'll eventually look like. Eventually.
Yeah, it's a ways away, but yeah.
But for right now, you've got good old Movanik Deva. Right? Movanik?
Yep. That's pretty cool too.
Yeah. His little halo and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Step on up to, let's see, I guess, yep, right over by Tenzi, because they said he's going to make the portal. Alright.
And
Just wait for him to do his magic.
Tinsy and Company.
Tenzi will open a portal to Calamar's, the top of Calamar's castle. Or tower.
Find Calamar's Tower. Restore. Okay. And you studied it carefully.
Yeah.
And everyone steps through.
Uh-oh.
Got a wrinkle this time.
Say what?
Oops.
We aged.
I said, looks like we got a wrinkle this time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys kind of land on top of the tower. I didn't delete your old tokens yet. There we go. And there on top of the tower are Walt, Silvestro, and Ilberic waiting to greet you. And Elduin. So Silvestro is a young man of middling height, a thuggish-looking pistolier with a drover's hat, spurred riding boots, and a long coat. His horse pistol rides his right hip and a long sword on his left. And he's just standing there, pointing his uh, horse pistol at like birds in the sky, and going pew, pew, with his making sound effects with his mouth. Elduin is sort of staring off into the distance over the lake. Walt is speaking in rhyme, going over some kind of like stand-up comedy routine. And Ilberic is kind of looking around. He's got his sling out, wrapped around his wrist, and there is a a bullet in his sling, and he's like just spinning it. He's not even, doesn't even look like he's aiming at anything. He's just spinning it, spinning it, spinning it. Ilberic is a little halfling. Not quite as adorable as his elder brother Armadas. Ilberic looks very rugged and physically fit, with quite a thin face for a halfling. Ilberic has the frame of a long-distance runner. Tirelessly like a machine, he keeps up the pace throughout the day, no sweat. And then Walt, some sort of little clown with full makeup, juggling balls, bells, and whistles. But you can tell he is a deep gnome, aka Sverf Neblin, aka Smurf. He is a Smurf. And Elduin, the female drow, the sister of Calamar's wife. As a rather polite female drow, Elduin's demeanor makes her seem a bit like a surface-dwelling elf. Elduin usually keeps her hair intricately braided. She wears only the darkest of clothing to keep her fine figure obscured. She has managed to find a beautifully crafted longsword, which she keeps very close. And she's got it drawn right now, and she's sort of running her thumb along the fullers of the blade, kind of feeling the edge against the palm of her hand. And you guys pop out of your dimensional folding, and Silvestro's like aims his gun right at we'll say Ryer, and he's like, "Oh, it's you. I mean, oh yeah, it's you." Okay. Go ahead and roll base size initiative.
Also, today is Brian Druid's birthday.
Nice.
Oh man, we gotta have a party.
Is that when I was decreasing people's max ages?
And speaking of party, we'll have our first break. Oh, level up for Thaco Tuesday. Congratulations, Thaco Tuesday.
Nice.
We're about to have a 3-minute ad break. Just so you guys aren't just staring at tokens moving. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Here we go. And Thaco Tuesday says thank you. You are welcome. All right, we'll be back in 5.
I am back.
Oh, Tenzi, you mentioned having a birthday party. Back, I don't know, a couple years ago, we just took it into our heads to have a birthday party for Grumna the Ogre. It took us like 3 sessions. It was glorious. Around town buying presents and running out of tavern and hiring people to like show up and wrestle with him. It's like birthday party activity.
I'm back.
Welcome back. To keep remembering that new token on the turn order tracker is Tenzi.
Yeah.
And we're back. All right. Do we have Asher?
Present.
Do we have Tenzi?
Yep.
And do we have Shandrak?
That's right.
Alrighty. First up is Asher and Company's move.
Well, Asher just motions for all of our people to stay on the roof and wait. For,
And actually, this is
step. I think I went the wrong way up the stairs.
Calamar's Tower is out on a lake. So I've got the wrong. Let's see.
Looks like 11 will get her to the next level. And she calls as she goes and she says, Calamar, we're here. Put some pants on.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or don't. Do you?
Uh, there we go. All right. And you're making your way down the stairs.
Yes.
Hopefully you're not stuck in that wall.
Is that the right level? I thought this was the lowest level.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, it goes counterclockwise. Okay, so it goes to this level. My bad. My bad.
You good? She calls as she goes. She's like, Kalmar!
And you hear Gronarish accented voices going, "Yo, boss, Calamar, yo." And
Asher will get that far.
okay, Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will follow Asher down.
Time we come to this tower, I remember how we had to do trigonometry because she wanted part of it underground.
Oh yeah, it's she built it in water.
Yeah.
So we're referring to the player Shannon.
Mhm.
She played a male character named Calamar. So
Yeah.
Calamar is actually the one who had it built, but the player Shannon wanted it built in water, so that the top of the tower was above water level in the lake, and so that the bottom of the tower was below ground level.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how it is. It's built pretty close to one of the beaches on Enervia City Island or whatever. Like, you go outside the north gate of the city, and instead of crossing the bridge, off to the right in the water is a tower sticking up out of the lake, and it goes down in 30 feet of water, and then there's another 15-foot floor below that that's below ground. And it was super expensive having it built because they had to put in pylons around the construction site. So that took boats, right? They had to put in pylons, and then they had to build a watertight wall between the pylons, or around the pylons, that is. And then drain the water inside, right? And then excavate lake sand and build the basement, and then build the other 3 floors, and then backfill the sand back in, and then fill it with water again, and then deconstruct the wall around the pylons and pull the pylons out.
And so we had to find the hypotenuse for how for when they needed to make that ramp to excavate.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay. Tenzi.
I'm going down the stairs. I move 5 squares to the stairway.
This is so weird. I removed your last name from the token twice already. There we go. All right. It goes counterclockwise. There we go. So you reach technically the third floor.
Yep, I just sidle up next to Asher.
And Chandrak and Company.
So, Chandrak waves his hand and summons his hidden chest. And then he opens it up and he double checks that the Encyclopedia Demonica is still in there.
It is. The chest looks unmolested. It looks like it hasn't had any encounters yet.
Chandrak kind of holds it to his chest, like, oof. And then, kind of looks over and, yeah, walks over to Anatar. And it says, hey, buddy. You know, I kind of hate to admit it, but that Nim is a lot older at this magic game than I am. So we are dealing with beasts that plague the plains. I think this book might be safer with you than with me.
Henatar throws back his head and laughs and says, "Ha ha! I'll keep the book. Not a problem." He puts it in.
Andrak gives the book to Anatar.
Okay, so Encyclopedia Demonica, copy 3 of 4 is now in Anatar's possession, right?
How much does it weigh?
3 pounds, and then you can remove it from Chandrak's records. Has a weird looking leather cover with a smattering of dried blood on it.
And then Chandrak will walk back over, send the chest back, and head downstairs.
And I'm going to give you guys access to the handout now. So that's not all of the information it contains. It's just some. That's like the first couple of pages right there. So you can take a look at it now. Once you close it, only Asher's going to have access to it because it's in her character's possession. But that's what it looks like. Okay. Time now is 17 past the hour. Asher and Company.
Asher heads down the next set of stairs going, "Kalmar, we're here!"
And you hear
Buddy
this.
Asher.
Oh, come on down.
And 5 will get her to the next level.
And you walk in, you see Tirana's in bed,
Hi, Tirana.
and she's still smoking that pipe. And she doesn't even say anything, she just waves at you. And she looks like she's really dehydrated. And Calamar is over at his desk, and he's going over his notes for that research that you had him do. What was it?
Oil of impact.
Oil of impact, yeah. And he's got one of his spell books in hand, kind of going over the notes. You can see as you approach Asher, it's definitely for Oil of Impact because he has illustrated it, like how to apply it. And you can see there's a potion being dumped onto like a mace. There's a hand like smearing the potion out over the mace in one of the cells. It's like 16 cells of like just smattering this oil onto a mace and smoothing it out. Like
Asher's nodding like she understands it better than she does.
mm.
It's like, oh yeah.
And then there's a bunch of other stuff that you don't really understand.
And yeah, she steps forward and she goes to give Calamar a hug.
He's like, oh, I
And then she
love
says
you
bye.
too, buddy. That's how he says.
And that'll be it.
Tenzi and Company.
Tansy will follow Asher down the stairs. 6 gets him to the bottom of the stairway. When you get to the bottom of the stairs, he sees Tirana, and then he looks carefully around the edge to see if Calamar is like dressed or not.
Yeah, he's dressed. He's got his let's see, what does he wear? It's like a breeches, soft boots, an assassin dark suit, and like an overcoat that goes down to his ankles. And he's got his backpack on him. He's like armed. He's got a quiver on his back, a quiver on his hip. He's got his short bow in one of the quivers, you know, and it looks like he's ready for adventuring.
I'll go up and give him a hug and ask how his research has been going.
Aw, good to see you too, buddy. It's been going good. I finished all my notes and my illustrations. See, it's like a picture book. And he holds it out, and it looks like a children's book. Like, there are 16 cells, and each one of them has arcane writing inside. Just how to apply the oil. And then he flips the page, and it shows, like, a recipe and, like, how to prepare it. But in, like, comic book form. Like, 16,
Cool.
16 more cells. Yeah. And then he goes back, and he's like, it's 16 cells of, you know, the different ingredients and the things that you need for it, the processes and things, reagents and processes.
Well, that looks really good.
Oh, thanks. You know, I got into you know, watercolors when you guys were away, and I'm starting to make this style. I call it comic style of booking. So this would be a comic book, and this is how I'm gonna do my research from now on. It's really cool because look, I get to use watercolors and illustrate and do my thing and just be myself, and that's really what's important. Because after all those years of being locked in my mom's closet, I couldn't really be myself back then. But now that I'm rich and famous and retired and married and happy, and I'm able to be myself again. I mean, for once, the first time in my life. And I don't have to worry about getting killed or anything now that I'm not adventuring anymore. And this is me, look. Comic Booker Calamar. Kalatza. Isn't that cool? Don't you love
It
that?
is.
Aren't
I
you
do.
happy for me?
Cool. Very happy.
Okay. So, I'm sure you guys want to copy down my comic book on how to make Oil of Impact. You just cast the copy spell and copy it right into your spell book.
Yeah, I can't really do that, Calamar. I'm not smart like you.
Well, one of the other guys who's maybe a wizard.
One second.
And Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak and Ryer are gonna jog down the stairs.
Okay. Oh, who's going to be the first to redeem another magic item? Anybody out there want to redeem a magic item?
Oh, Asher says to the Tenzi, I'll ask one of my guys if they're able to. And I'll bring one back if they can.
Okay.
Is this the bottom?
Oh,
Or
I
is
put
there
you in the wrong
stairs
spot.
below?
Yeah, I put you in the wrong spot. My bad.
Alright, there we go.
I keep forgetting this map is unique. The other tower maps are like, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from left to right.
Yeah.
And
Go down those stairs.
this one actually kind of logically goes counterclockwise as you descend the stairs
And then we go down.
counterclockwise. But of course, it's only a 4-floor tower, so you can't do all towers like that. Because some of them have like a dozen floors. There was one tower you guys never went to in Aperciba that literally was a dozen floors.
We really should have gone to that tower. Well, I didn't fully understand it, but the mechanic was that every tower we conquered before we went to the main dungeon was going to make the main dungeon slightly more manageable,
Yeah.
and we should have done it.
Yeah, there was towers. There was also 3 pyramids, and there was also a training camp for the assassin guys.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So defeating any one of the pyramids would have taken out an entire mummy lord and his retinue of mummies. So you guys had 3 fights with mummy lords, which were some of the harder fights from what I recall.
Yeah.
And then if you had defeated the training camp, all of the assassin characters would have been reduced to their 5th level equivalent rather than 10 or 15. So like the backstabs would have done, like maximum 20 damage or whatever.
Right.
Instead of, 50 or didn't someone get backstabbed for like 40 something damage a couple of times?
That might have been what killed Karen Glora. It was not
Oh,
good, guys. I
that
learned my
was
lesson.
that was the Avatar. The Avatar killed Karenglor.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
that was like it was like 40 45 damage, and it was like a weaker backstab because
Yeah.
the Avatar had ×5 backstab, but his only means of offense was a bite, and his bite did like 3d10 or 4d10 damage or something like that. So you're talking 4d10 damage ×5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty hefty bite that killed him. Anyways, we digress. Shandrak makes it to... okay, so you're right behind Tirana's bed, so you can smell tobacco smoke really strong where you're at, and actually you inhale some of it and it makes you kind of a little bit high. Taco Tuesday says not yet, but already know what it will be.
Ooh.
So very nice. Yeah, you get a little bit of a buzz off of Toronto. She kind of accidentally blows smoke right in your face because she blows it behind her, and you're standing there, and it's like, and yeah, it goes into your lungs and kind of makes your lungs feel all warm and tingly and nice, and then it hits your bloodstream, and you get a little dizzy, and there's this feeling of like chemical euphoria in your head that just you're like, oh wow. Which by the way is what it's like
again,
to
Tirana.
which by the way is what it's like to smoke tobacco for the first like couple months, but that goes away and it stops being like that after about a year. So
Ooh, hey again, Tirana.
and she just waves and she keeps smoking. She looks really like almost emaciated, like she's really dehydrated.
Should we be concerned?
Bust out the alchemy jugs. And Chandrak waves like, oh, hey again to you too, Calamar.
Oh, hi guys. Here's your magic research. It's all done. It's in this weird form I call comic book form. I made it. It's mine. Don't try to copy it, except with the spell that you want to use to copy it into your book. But don't duplicate it. This is my intellectual property.
Okay, so we can copy your research.
Well, yeah. You guys paid me.
All right. Well, good thing I had one more copy spell today.
Good.
And you can see the notes contain the reagents required and the processes required to make the potion, or well, the oil of impact, and it's got instructions on how to apply the potion as well, or the oil to a weapon as well. So, but it only takes 1 page in your spell book. If you copy, are you gonna use the copy spell?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it takes 1 page in your spell book. Each magic item only takes 1 page in your spell book. So they didn't make up a rule for how many pages magic items take. So I'm just gonna say it's 1. And yeah, it shows the ingredients and reagents and processes on how to make it, and also how to apply it to a weapon.
Right.
And let's go ahead.
I think that was all. I think that was all my movement, so I'll copy that next round.
Okay. So next round, Asher and Company.
Asher, when Chandrak says he'll copy it, she says, well, that's good. Yeah, I think Karenglor could do it too, but you know, you might want access to it later. It sounds like a pretty cool spell.
Oh yeah, it's a neat magic item. It like adds damage to, weapons, so they do more damage. So that's kind of cool. Anyways, here it is. If you want to like copy it, and he sets the book down on the correct page, and then
Asher leans forward and kind of motions her, like kind of motions her head toward Tirana and says, "Is Tirana okay?"
And you can see Tirana gets this wide-eyed look, and she dumps the pipe out on the floor right here real quick as Kellamar like approaches the bed, and he drops Trow and crawls across the bed and gets under the covers, and then you hear Tirana kind of giggle, and the covers go over their heads.
Asher shrugs.
And it doesn't look like it's a pile. I mean, it doesn't look like it's 2 separate people. It looks like it's a pile of 2 people.
Good luck concentrating, Chandra.
And then the bed starts creaking.
Asher says, "Okay, have fun, guys. I'm gonna make a sandwich."
There's no answer. And Tenzi and Company.
While the book, Tenzi's going to go over by the book, and he's going to pick it up and just kind of like flip the pages a little bit, and then like a light bulb lights up, like if only. And he's going to tell Kellamar, if he gets a chance, that if she would put 1 cell like in the corner of each page, you could like do a flip book.
Oh yeah, like a cartoon.
So he'll put the book back down and then looks over at the pile under the covers, and we'll follow Asher to go get a sandwich.
To the sandwich dungeon. Chandrak and Company.
Chandrak finagles his way past the bed and towards the book on the table. And Ryer takes a step away as well, just towards the middle of the room.
The bed's going.
And then Chandrak tries to put all of the tension on the book and flip back to the first page of the formula and copy it down.
Okay. You hear this like kind of squeak sound, and one of the legs of the bed kind of like it sort of like the bed kind of leans over a little bit, you know, because one of the legs sort of gives way a little bit. You can see the nails, like that's what made the squeak. Eek! And then the nails kind of popped out a little bit on one of the legs, so the bed's kind of leaning over. And but the
Oh
bed's
god.
still going. And the two legs at the foot of the bed just fall off. You just squeak, squeak, and the nails just come out, and the foot of the bed drops down to the floor. But the two feet at the head of the bed are still intact, and they're going.
What should I put for the level of the spell?
It doesn't have a spell level. It's just oil of impact research, contracted
Yeah,
through
but
Calamar.
I have to do the learn a spell, right? To check if I can do it. So it just
No,
says like with a spell level. So does it just not matter? Just
no, it's you copy the research into your spell, and that's it.
oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
And it only takes one page. So where it says, spell level, you can just delete. And then spell name, you could just put oil of impact and, one page out of however much. And then contracted by Calamar. Contracted through Calamar. Well, oil of impact research, that is, yeah. Because oil of impact sort of sounds like a spell or something. I don't know. Oil of impact brewing, I guess you could say.
Or instead of spell level, just put recipe or something.
Yeah, recipe. Potion recipe. Oil of impact. All right. Asher and Company.
Okay, so she will finish going downstairs.
And you see you pass up Tenzi and you see Garibaldi swinging his two-handed sword around still.
She will.
Looks like he's working up a sweat. And he stops and wipes the sweat off his forehead and turns around. He sees you and gets kind of a start and backs up a couple of steps, and then he kind of hunches down. He grabs his heart and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just you, man."
Asher waves and heads on into the pantry.
Hey, we got a shipment of prosciutto in. You want a prosciutto sandwich?
Oh, yes, please. She walks in and starts rummaging around.
And he kind of follows you in. And there's some halflings in here, mowing down already with Mario. And it looks like they're about finished because it's after 1. Mario is the thuggish-looking rifleman with a long Garnache coat. His neatly trimmed hair and mustache are clean and tidy. He wears a round hat with a wide rim. And he kind of wipes off his mouth with a napkin and kind of brushes past Garibaldi on the way out. And Garibaldi's like, "Geez, excuse you." And Mario just doesn't say anything. Tenzi.
Follow Asher into the pantry.
You can see Asher looking at two halflings mowing down on triple-decker sandwiches filled with what looks like thinly sliced, really, really fine sliced ham. Cured ham. Triple deckers. And Garibaldi's going, oh man. Oh, that looks so good. I want a sandwich. And he goes over to where Mario was at and starts cutting up bread and making a sandwich. Shandrak and Company.
So after copying that into my spellbook, Shandrak kind of turns back to Calamar and raises his voice. It's like, can I please look through your spellbook? I want to buy some spells from you. Can I just look through while you're busy?
Calamar's like, yes, yes, yes.
And Shandrak takes that as an affirmative, and will look through the spellbook that he has.
All right. So that particular spell book. West. Calamar. Okay. You can see the spell book is called Liber Claris.
Okay.
And you just cast Read Magic.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't have read magic on me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like the first 47 pages are taken up by spells, and then the Oil of Impact recipe is on the 48th page.
Can I just
So.
see what the spells are without reading magic?
No.
Okay.
He would have to tell you.
Okay. So, Shadrach will set the book down and just
Yeah, it looks like mumbo jumbo to you. It
Yeah.
doesn't look like anything intelligible.
Shadrach gets a little frustrated and his stomach growls and says, "Yeah, I think it's time for a sandwich." So he heads down with the stairs with the others. Quest for
Weird.
sandwich.
Oh wow, I never did dynamically light that part of the stairs. There. Okay. All right.
A few more steps, and that's it.
Okay, end of round. Asher and Company.
Asher starts building a sandwich, and she picks out like a lot of bread. She's building several sandwiches.
Yeah. They have some different types of bread. There's some sourdough, some rye. Looks like there's baguettes, stuff
As
like
she
that.
like as she lays out the bread, she starts like saying names. She says, Anatar, Jim, Karen, Glor, Tarana, Brian Druid, Brian Druid, Brian Druid.
They have butter, oil, and vinegar. There's like pickled cucumbers. They have jarred olives. Um, there's all they have for meat right now is prosciutto, but it's pretty tasty. And then there's several different types of cheeses. You know, there's like Swiss cheese and um, I'm not a cheese guy, but like cheddar and jack. I don't know.
So yeah,
Gouda.
that's all she's gonna be doing for a couple of rounds is just building an ungodly number of sandwiches.
Okay. And Tansy and Company.
He'll go over, make up a few sandwiches himself, um, and that'll be it for him.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Alright. Continuing down the stairs. And going into the food storage room.
Prosciutto.
Alright. And then as Sandrak starts cutting up a piece of bread and putting some butter on, he tells Tenzi, I got a copy of that oil of impact recipe for you.
All right, awesome. Now we got to figure out how to do it, how to make it.
Yeah, can I just take a look at it now and try to get an idea on, like, now that I have it, like, what we're supposed to do?
Oh, what you need for the oil of impact?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. Damn. Spells of magic. Potions. Okay, priests and wizards must be at least 9th level to create potions. Wizards require an alchemical laboratory or a forge to brew potions. And priests must have a consecrated altar. Process of materials. Single use require one rare material and one common process.
There's a table in the DM option, high level campaigns, table 23.
For what?
Magical item creation has the cost and time.
Table 23. Oh yeah, that's a good table. That breaks it right down.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, one rare material and one common process. And the rare material will be. Where was I? There we go. Rare materials are more difficult to find and more expensive. A particular type of or grade of silk, diamonds, rock feathers, ebony, a wizard's bones, or iron smelted by a master dwarven smith will be rare. Intangible materials could include the tears of a heartbroken maiden, strength of a king, or the essence of rose harvested on the first night of a new moon. Um, the rare material will be the um, uh, uh, what are they called? Gland. Yeah, gland. Um, a skin oil. Sebum. There we go. Yeah, sebaceous gland. That's it. Sebaceous gland. Okay. A the sebaceous gland of a hill giant. Okay, and chasing, grading, marking, finishing. You just have to brew it. Yeah, brew the oil from a hill giant's sebaceous gland.
So is the oil itself an extra, or the spacious gland itself an extra item, or is that part of the
That's the
XP?
rare. That's the rare material.
Is
And
that
then
part of
the
so
what?
is that extra cost? Is that extra cost, or is that part of the cost, or we just have to acquire it?
You have to acquire it, and then the cost is standalone cost.
Okay.
And then the common process is just to refine the oil inside of the gland. And it makes 1d12 oils of impact. So NPCs. Libra Claris.
I relay that information to Tenzi.
Yeah, there's a general or a generic cost for brewing potions that is outside of the materials.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
Rare material. Hill giant space use. Sebaceous gland and common process. In a cauldron, refine the oil from the gland. With alcohol, I guess. Yeah. And that's it. So I'll just put that in chat. You can copy it and put that in your book in the notes. Rare material, hill giant sebaceous gland. Common process. In a cauldron, refine the oil from the gland with alcohol. For however long it takes to create magic items, and it costs however much.
Yeah, so that one, it's 1 day. And then it'll be 750 plus 100, 850 gold pieces.
There's a, I believe, isn't there a success and failure? Oh no, that's for the research.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 day.
So theoretically,
1 day per 100 GP. Okay. How did you arrive at that price?
from that same table.
It says 100 GP per, or 1 day per 100 GP on that table.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 1 day, 100, but
It's 1 day per 100 GP.
okay.
So
7 days,
how did you arrive at that?
750 XP for the oil of impact.
Okay. I think you cut the XP in half.
I mean, making it more seems like it's more expensive than buying it.
Buying what?
The oil.
The oil of impact?
Yeah.
Where do you buy the oil of impact? It's a magic
If
item.
you were to buy it.
You can't buy it. It's a magic item. I mean, unless you go to an extra planar place, like some other campaign or something that sells magic items, where magic items are for sale, that is. Let's see. DMG. Magic items. Potions and oils. And you got to remember it's 1d12 of them when you create it, not one. Because you create a batch. And it's a random number every time. Oil impact. 750. So 750 divided by 2 is 325. So that would be 3 days. Well, rounded up because it's a player character, so 4 days. Plus 325 gold. And you make 1d12 of them. You just have to get, the sebaceous gland of a giant.
Right.
And cauldrons are cheap, so. Like, you don't even necessarily need to own it. Actually, that would be part of the alchemical lab or whatever. So, just change that, the word cauldron to alchemical lab.
So would this be an item that a priest could make? Because it is an item that a priest could use.
Yeah. All you have to have is a consecrated altar.
Right.
Which is a process in its own.
Yeah, it's like 2,000 gold or something. And spells.
In an appropriate place, too.
Yep.
Which would be easy for you because you have your own monastery already.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
So Shandrak, did you change cauldron to alchemical lab? And then you can delete the alcohol part as well. Because that's... that would be tentatively an extra cost. So this is what it should say. And it's 325 GP. 4 days. Makes 1d12 of them. 325 GP. 1d12.
Well, yeah, Shandrak's just gonna finish making his sandwich and say, it's like, well, we do fight giants a lot, so we might run into a hill giant eventually.
And Asher says, yeah, maybe there's a lead on some. Maybe the city's had some trouble in the surrounding area or something. They can point us in the right direction.
Too. Shandrak eats cheese and that's all.
Okay. Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope.
It is 1:21 p.m. July 19th, and Asher and Company.
Asher is continuing to make sandwiches and eating bits of prosciutto as she goes. She says, yeah, so I guess we'll wait until they're done, and then you can. I heard you say you wanted to talk to Calamar about his spells, so you can do that. I'm trying to remember. Is Adolf in Gronar or Nervius City usually?
His normal routine is advising King Landric in Enervia City the same way Nim advises Pasilion.
Yeah, so she like eats some prosciutto and says, "Yeah, we can. We're already in the city, so I guess we can head over toward the castle." It sounds like already imparted to Nim everything he knew, but we can check in uh and maybe even talk to Tara. I owe her a couple of favors.
Don't forget to subtract one year from the life expectancy of everybody.
Um, Musashi didn't have a maximum life.
Uh,
Anatar also doesn't have an age or a max life or birthday. I don't know if that's a thing about his race or not, or if that was just an oversight.
I don't think Anatar has a way to age.
Yeah, and I thought we talked a little bit about that. I don't know if it was last session or session before, so that would be the same for Ashriel as well, right?
Let's see. Core books. Warriors of Heaven.
Yeah, Nellie's Ascended, I think it's not in there.
So Asimon and Archons do not age. But all the other Celestials do, including Tulani. So he is 70 plus 3d12 years old. Plus 3d12. So he's 97 years old. And Tulani lived to be 650 plus 2d100. So slash R. 650 plus 2d100. 770. And I don't use the accelerated aging rules for elves. That's kind of the advantage of being an elf.
Right.
You know, you have a long life expectancy, so you have a larger bank of years to get drained or, spent. And I've gone over before how the potion of longevity, or whatever it's called, elixir of youth, it does not have a limit to it. You can drink them back to back to back to back, and they just keep restoring max age. It's like 1d4 plus 1 years per potion. And I think, incidentally, that's one of the few magic items that player characters are unable to create. There's very few of them, like Manual of Golems, Sphere of Annihilation, and I think that. like all the magic books. That's right. They can't make any of the magic books, or the Spear of Annihilation, or the Elixir of Youth. You have to find them. Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Now that Chandra's got a big old Scooby-Doo style sandwich he made, now he's digging in.
Yeah. It's pretty tasty. I don't know if you've ever had prosciutto before. It's expensive for a reason.
In between my bites, I say, by the way, I decided to give the that book to Anatar for safekeeping. After Nim's warning, I got a little paranoid and not 100% sure if it's as safe in my chest.
Asher nods.
And that'll be all.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher finishes sandwiches and piles them on a plate. And she kind of like takes a bite, munches on her sandwich, and then she walks out. $17 will get her to the next level.
Okay. By now, the bed is on the floor. The legs have completely come off.
All of them?
Yeah, all 4 legs. Whoops. Oh god, that's so gross. The bed has like wet spots all over it. And so does the carpet at the foot of the bed.
Oh.
Asher puts a couple of the sandwiches she made on this nightstand.
It must
Yeah,
stink.
that'll be.
It must stink horribly bad in that room. Tenzi and Company.
Tend to look to see if they have anything to drink down here.
There are barrels of water up here and down here.
If one of those is tapped, and if there's some mugs or something, he's going to get a couple of mugs of water and bring those up with his sandwiches.
Yeah. One of them's tapped. You can get mugs of water or mugs in a pitcher.
And he'll make his way upstairs. Seeing that Asher set down the sandwiches, he's going to put down the pitcher and mugs. And I guess he's going to look away and just eat one of the sandwiches while he's waiting for them to finish.
Yeah. Look away. Just look away. Shandrak and Company.
Alright. Lunching on the sandwich, we follow up the stairs to wait whenever Calamar will be done. And oh, that was close. I thought Shandrak was in the wall, but no, no problem. And stairs from here. And walking more towards the center of the room, just kind of, Shadrach and Rye are just gonna sit on these benches.
Those are, I think those are supposed to be bookshelves. You can see
Oh, they
because
are?
this one's turned over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where Calamar keeps his spell books and stuff, and his book collection. He had a big collection of research. He
100
had a
books.
research library. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, in that case, I wouldn't be on him. I'll be next to him. And yeah, that'll be all for now.
Okay. Asher and Company. Oh,
Asher.
before that, let's have a 5-minute break. Get a drink, get a smoke, get a poop, get a snack. We'll be right back in 5.
I'm back.
Me too.
Random encounter, like hill giants. I'm guessing they're around.
Yeah. I was thinking if Shandrak has to spend time like doing spells tomorrow, maybe go out on a little expedition.
That's a good idea.
In fact, maybe I gotta see what kind of divination spells I got. Maybe I can ask for some guidance.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, good idea. Might be, well, Jim
And
might be able to help too.
we are back. And we have Asher up first.
Okay, so she'll head around the bed. Like 17 will get her to the next level, and she's munching her sandwich as she goes, just carrying the plate of the rest of the sandwiches. Unfazed by what's going on. And she'll get that far. Be it for her this time.
All right. Tenzi and company.
I'm back.
All right. Tenzi will just as he finishes his sandwich, shout out, "Thanks, Calamar. See you again soon." And head over to the stairs.
And Calamar goes, "Yes! Yes! Yes!"
Yes, yes. And he'll head up the stairs.
Oh, that's downstairs. But I know what you mean.
Right, sorry.
When Tenzi comes up, Asher looks over her shoulder and says, I think they read my list.
I think they might have went through your list. Maybe they're starting a new list.
Good for them. I can't wait to compare notes.
Tenzi made a sandwich for. Oh wait, he's gonna keep. He'll just follow Asher, but he has sandwiches for the other two.
Okay.
She's trying not to start eating because that prosciutto was so good.
Mm-hmm. And Shandrak.
Oh, so Shandrak's gonna get a little bit closer to the bed. I'd say, Calamar, I'd really like to purchase some spells from you.
He goes, spells? And then he just kind of rolls over. And, the, covers come down to their necks. And he's like, why didn't you say so? Hang on a minute. And he waits for a couple of seconds. Sounds like he's putting on drawers or something. and he stands up, and it's like a really really baggy pair of pants that uh covers him up pretty well, and then he puts on a robe as well when he stands up, and he's like, I'm always down to make some money. Uh, what spells are you looking for? I can read them off if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. I got armor, read magic, copy, jump, identify, magic missile, knock, stinking cloud, lightning bolt, stone skin, cone of cold, wizard lock, rave enfeeblement, ESP, find familiar, chaos, hold monster, polymorph other, hypnotic pattern. Uh, oh. And I also have one of Anatar's books that I
Wonder why that
borrowed,
is.
and never gave back.
Oh wow.
Here, why don't you give that back to him? I don't know what spells are in it.
No problem.
Let's see. Order of Superior Star. Asher. Anatar. So I'm putting it under Anatar's spellbook. That's weird. That was written before. Oh, that is okay. It's like 3 different spell books all in one. Grimoire of the Way, Volume 1. Grimoire of the
that,
Way,
yeah.
Volume 2.
I have that.
Insipid Spontaneity.
Don't have that.
Yeah, he gave he gave that to someone else to read, and they never gave it back. Mundus Compendium,
I have that.
and then he has some parchments.
I have that.
So, and then he had a brand new traveling spell book that he never named. That has 43 out of 50 pages that he copied. See, he put detect magic, read magic, cantrip, message, copy, identify, armor of light, slow, shadow monsters, stone skin. And that's 43 pages.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Grimoire of the Way. Okay, he put camouflage into Grimoire of the Way. And he's got sleep, right? Is it in Grimoire of the Way, Volume 2? No? That must be what he was planning on putting into this book. Okay. I will fix this book up real quick.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And he has stone skin already. Okay, detect magic, read magic. So I think he was planning on stowing away some books and just carrying one traveling spell book.
Sounds like it.
He's got cantrip in here. Detect magic, 1 page. Read magic, 3 pages. Cantrip, 6 pages. Message, 1 page. Copy, 6 pages. He learned that one the hard way. Copy. They actually had to stay in a town for 6 days while he learned that spell. Identify, 2 pages. And then sleep, 1 page. Two armor of light, 7 pages. Three slow, 3 pages. He was really chaotic in how he recorded things. Four shadow monsters, 9 pages, and 4 stone skin, 4 pages. Yeah, he put his pre-spells in this spell book. I don't get it. Okay. 1/1, 3/4, 6/10, 1/11, 6/17, 2/19, 21/20. 7/27. 20 or 3/30. 9/39. 4/43. And we should probably name that Grimoire of the Way Volume 3.
Yes, please.
Okay, close that. And then we'll delete his parchments, because he has those in spellbooks now. If he has stuff written on parchments on his gear section, could you delete that?
Yeah.
Grimoire of the Way, Volume 2. And Volume 1. Anatar's Spellbooks. Okay, we can... He also learned Hold Monster.
Yeah, that was one he learned under me.
Okay, so we'll put that in Volume 2. Edit. Five. Hold Monster. 10 out of 30. And I'm guessing that's his 9th level spell.
Yeah, that's the one he got at level 9, yeah.
9th level up spell. And Hold Monster was his. Oh, it's already on there. Jeez, it's up. Fuck. Alright. It's like the first thing in that book. Okay. 9th level up spell. Save changes. Alright. So now I can delete the one that says Anatar's Spellbooks. Yeah. Okay. He always asks for these extra handouts for no reason. There's like no... It's like multiple records of the same shit. Delete handout. Boom. And then he has one called Notes, which is just a list of characters that he's known. In fact, I could just copy this whole thing and put it in his bio. I don't know why he did this instead of adding it to his bio. Yeah. He goes from a list of characters he's known that's been in the party to his liquid assets to notable PCs he's met, notable places he's been, and then goes into his immunities and special abilities and stuff. And his equipment, which is on the character sheet. So I'll copy notable places and up and put them in his bio. And just delete. Oh yeah, he doesn't need these tables in his bio anymore. Save. And he has a handout for monsters encountered, which again can go into his bio. And one more. There we go. All right. So he's got Set Sinful Smash, volumes 1 through 3 of Grimoire of the Way, and the Mundus Compendium, and that's it. No more parchments or useless handouts or anything.
Thank you.
I've gotten rid of them all finally. All right. Did we have Shandrak's turn yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so how many pages is the Knock and the Cone of Cold spell, Kalamar? And the Polymorph Other, how many pages on that one?
Knock is 2 pages, and Cone of Cold is 5, and Polymorph Other is 7. Gonna cost you a pretty penny if you want to buy those.
Out of all of those, I think the best one for sure. I've been looking at it for a while. I think I'd like to buy your Cone of Cold.
Cone of Cold. That's like level 4?
5.
5. So that's 5,000 gold, please.
Shandrak will Shandrak will summon up his magic treasure chest and pull out a Oriental Emerald worth 5,000 gold pieces.
You had 2 of those?
I mean, I had a few.
I think it was
We each
3.
got a few of them.
Okay. So Oriental Emerald. And he shows you, okay, that spell's from here to here. So you can cast copy.
Fortunately, I'll have to come back to read and copy it.
Oh, well, here, just keep your gem and pay me when you come back.
Okay. Sounds good. Hope to see you later.
After a while, crocodile.
And, that's funny. And Shandrak and Rar will make their way back up the stairs.
Okay. Ryer's so fucking cool. Okay. Anything else from Shandrak?
Nope. It's coming up on Tenzi and Asher, and that'll be all.
Okay. Next up is Asher.
So Asher's gonna, seeing that they're both gathered, she takes a bite of her sandwich and swallows and says, "We may have learned everything that Adolf has to tell us from Nim. It sounded like they've been in communication, but if you still want to check out his spells or visit and see whatever, if we think it's a good idea, there's no reason we can't stop there. We're already in the city, but we may not need to."
Tenzi looks over at Shandrak.
I had looked at least the traveling spellbook Adolf has on him already, so I agree. I think Nim, he probably told Nim the most important things. I don't think we necessarily have to talk to him unless you both want to.
Asher shakes her head and says, "No, that's fine. I would like to stop by and ask Tara what favors that she wants from me. Um, I don't want too much time to pass and for her to think that uh, I swindled her. Uh, you gotta be, you gotta be careful what enemies you make, you know. But
Hey,
also,
Tara.
yeah. But also, if she just wants, maybe a giant's toe or something. That way I'll know if we kill a giant to take his toe.
Maybe she knows where there's some hill giants and wants them destroyed.
And maybe she wants their toe. And she takes a bite of her sandwich and she walks up the stairs.
Okay. A giant's toe. Man, it took me a minute to figure out the word sebaceous.
I didn't know that word.
Yeah. I think there was a song on one of those old film reels, like a heart or a schoolhouse rock,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
about a sebaceous gland or something.
That one.
And Asher comes over and starts distributing sandwiches. Oh no, everyone's eating sandwiches.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi goes up the stairs. He's resisting temptation to bite one of the extra sandwiches he has. And he'll go up and distribute sandwiches to Ashrail and Musashi.
Okay, and then Shandrak and Company.
Alright, we'll make our way up the stairs too.
Okay. You get up the stairs and you're standing right next to Silvestro.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Don't mind me. None.
Alright. Pardon me.
Yeah, pardon me.
Andrak takes a bite of his sandwich as he walks by.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not hungry.
Oh, there's plenty of prosciutto.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I don't eat.
I mean, I already took a bite out of the sandwich. I don't think you'd want any of it.
Oh no, don't worry about it. I couldn't possibly eat that. No.
Andrak will just keep on eating his sandwich.
Oh no, excuse the hell out of me. No. Go right ahead. Go right ahead eating your sandwich. Don't let me stop you. Don't. Yeah.
There's a
I'm
lot
just-
of ingredients downstairs.
I'm just standing here. I don't want a sandwich. And Tenzi and Company. Wait, did I just go backwards?
Yeah.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Oh, Asher's, they're all eating sandwiches. And she says, well, I would like to go visit the temple where Terra is, which is still in the city, so we don't even have to portal there. We can just walk. Maybe, well, we just want to check on Adamar sooner rather than later, but if we wanted to check on him tomorrow, maybe Calamar would let us stay in his tower for the night, and then you can, buy or copy whatever spells you need in the morning.
I mean, I overheard what you just said, and, you could walk there if you could walk on water. I mean...
Oh, is there a boat?
If you have a canoe...
How do you get here?
Oh, we use a canoe.
Oh, okay.
We got one canoe. One.
Oh, okay. I guess we get portal then.
Shandrak, he pulls out his magic chest again, and he pulls out folding box. And
Oh,
he's like,
I forgot about your thing.
I was like, we could try to use this to boat over.
Great idea.
Oh yeah, that one turns into like a long ship or something.
Asher gives him a thumbs up.
Sandrak turns to the guy I've spited and said, "Where's the dock?"
Oh yeah, it's just it's right down there. And basically he comes over here and he sticks his arm between the battlement or whatever, and he points down at the water.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like they've been pretty much just bringing a canoe right. I mean, there's no dock. It's just they dock with the tower. There's like a rope attached to the tower. You can see it's kind of yanking as the waves kind of flow. What was the name of that magic item? Folding boat or?
Yes, the folding boat. I think it was.
So convenient. I forgot about that.
Boat folding.
Or...
Yeah. The box can be used to store items like any other box. If a command word is given, the box will unfold itself to form a boat of 10 feet length, 4 feet width, and 2 feet depth, which is about the size of a canoe. A second different command word will cause it to unfold to a 24-foot long, 8-foot wide, and 6-foot deep ship, which is not really a long ship. That's like a skiff or something. It's one of the smaller. You don't have to worry about seaworthiness or anything because it's just you're going like basically you're 100 feet from shore. all you need is just 5 minutes and you're there. Not even 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that will carry everybody. I'm pretty sure 24 feet long.
Yeah, we don't
8
even have
feet
mounts
wide.
or anything.
Yeah, and 6 feet deep. And you guys get to the north shore of Enervia Island. Enervia City Restore. So it's right about here.
Oh, Josh, I accidentally think I found our characters from a while ago.
1 second. Let's go ahead and delete them all. Are they at the inn?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think the camels may be supposed to be there, so I'll leave the camels.
Yeah, I think you guys paid them up for a month.
I think so too.
And here you are. So you can see Calamar's tower is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the shore. And you guys are trying to go
To the
way...
Temple of Isis.
Okay, so it takes about 5 minutes. No, longer than that, because you have to go through the King's Quarter and the Nexus. Alright, so about 10 minutes. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, go ahead and roll base-sized initiative, and I'll shift ping you guys just in case.
Awesome.
I'm going to turn animation off because I'm pretty slow again.
It's a big map.
Yeah, and this one also has that same issue I was having in Tintabula, where there are tokens on the map that have sight, but I can't see the tokens, but I can see their sight.
Oh.
So being able to fix that would be nice. Alright, just waiting on Shandrak.
Should be loading now.
Okay, there we go. And actually, I'm going to change up the time to 1 p.m. It'll be easier to read time. 1 p.m. July 18, 11, 5, minus 1. Add. It should be negative 35. Okay, 1:35 p.m. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi and Ashriel will walk in.
Okay, it's a big, beautiful, white marble building with pillars and whatnot, with Greek motif, or sorry, Egyptian motif.
And Tenzi will wait at the entryway, but Ashriel will go forward towards the front and pay whatever respects to Isis.
Okay, there are gigantic, like 15 feet tall. Uh, 12-foot tall, like iron statues of armored men lining the walls. There's 6 of them, 3 on either side of the room. And there are young acolyte priestesses polishing the benches and taking care of cleanliness in the not auditorium, but what is the term? Sanctuary. In the sanctuary. I'm going to put that on the map. Text in black.
And then what would be the appropriate way for him to like make a donation to the church? Would he do it to one of the acolytes, or would he have to go to the high priestess?
Oh, Asher knows this one. Just toss it in the fire.
In one of the braziers at the front.
I don't remember. I just remember when I tried to pay for something, they put the gem in the fire.
Looks like
Well, like
someone has
burn
set
to
out coins
direct.
at the foot of the statue of Isis right here.
Okay, he's going to take out a sapphire, say a blessing to Isis, and lay it in front of her statue.
Okay.
That's it for us. Musashi will stay outside.
One sapphire. No! Why is it not transparent? One sapphire. There we go. All right. Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak and Rar enter the temple.
And the priestesses greet you by waving. You know, it's basically a public building.
Um, and do I see Terra anywhere?
No.
Yeah, that'll be all for now.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher walks onto the steps of the sanctuary and then motions for Karenglor to join her. Everybody else will stay out here.
Mm.
And I'll enter.
Beautiful, beautiful sanctuary inside. There is a large container of holy water here to wash, and there are many seats available. And these priestesses are taking care of the wood on the seats. They're cleaning it and like waxing the wood and making it very beautiful. It looks like some kind of foreign wood that doesn't grow in Panoplia. Probably valuable, like maybe sandalwood or something.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Asher, remembering where Tara's office is, steps into there with Karen Glore. She sees Tara.
Yeah, she's at the head of her research table, and she's reading like a scroll or something.
Asher says, Tara, how are things?
Mm. I am good. Please come in.
And she steps a little further in, and like kind of
Mm.
drags Caragor along with her and says, "Look who's
I am
back on
good.
his
Please
feet."
come in. Oh, I once tried to resurrect you from the dead. I am glad you are alive again and whole. And what's more, you are more than what you were before you died. I see.
Caragor like blushes a little, but nods solemnly.
It was a great power indeed that raised you from the dead.
She says, "Yeah, the avatar of Ushas. I don't go in for god worship much, but I have to say that's the first time that a god has done something directly for me. So it was it was good. Maybe there's something to this god thing. I'm not sold yet, but maybe."
Uh, well, the gods work in mysterious ways.
Speaking of work, the reason we stopped by is that I owe you some work.
Yes, you do. Even though I failed, we had an agreement.
Well, I honor my bargains, and I don't want to make an enemy of you, so I came to see what requests you have of me.
Yes, as you likely know, the religions of Ushas and Isis are allies. I have received visions from Our Lady Isis that the avatar of Ushas needs an escort from Mingdao to the old capital, the seat of her power. It is called in Central Adria. It is called Hang Mai, the old capital. This is where she died.
Oh, and she wants to go back?
It is where she must live, for it is the true capital of Adria.
Well, we were going to Mingdao anyway, so that's on our way.
Yes, Mingdao is on the way to Hang Mai. It will be quite a long journey.
And is that the only thing, or is there a second favor?
Yes, there is another thing. Do you know General Moen?
Moen, yeah, we've met. He's traveled with us a little.
Yes. I have received a vision that there is a axe. An axe which he must be provided. Unfortunately, this axe is in quite an inaccessible place. Though you have a boat, yes? A ship?
Oh, yes, we do. I do, yes.
In that case, it will be slightly more accessible. You see, there's a cult in the north, an orcish cult, which worships this thing from another world. A big green monster which wields this axe. It is the progenitor of a new generation of mutated orcs in the north. You probably don't know, but in the north, the orcs have been quite a problem for many a year.
And she
They've-
touches, Asher touches her longsword and says, "Less of a problem soon, I bet."
Yes, they have ruined an entire civilization of elves in the north. Have you heard of one second, it will come to me. Oh, man. Let's see. Have you heard of Eliomorand?
I think it's come up before, but I'm afraid that it may have been a one shot that was supposed to have taken place in the future. I think Asher has not.
Right. Okay. Many years ago, in the fourth eon, Eliomorand was the bastion of High Elvendom in northeast Panoplia. It was a High Elven monarchy led by King Eliot Havaner and his wife, Queen Hannah. The only heir was Eliot's illegitimate son, Igor Magnar, the half-elven hero of Mitkiev, who died defending Eliomorand as it was invaded by a mutant army of Orogs. Indeed, these are the spawn of the big green monster of which I spoke.
Oof,
Over, over
that's
the
bad.
course over the course of millennia, the full-blooded high elves of Eliomarand, known locally as Elevenda, discovered advantages of mating with humans to more quickly produce offspring. These illegitimate half-elven descendants eventually formed a servitor caste known as the Magnar. For thousands of years, Eliomarand enjoyed the peaceful tradition of a two-caste system. It consisted of a tree-town city in the elbow of Forever Forest's arm. Below the tree town lie a crypt of elves, or rather half-elves, which the Orogs would defile on a regular basis at the behest of their father, Chernobog, that big green monster. Do you know this spirit, Chernobog?
Hmm. No, I don't think we've met.
It is known as a member of the race called Yugoloth.
We gotta fight that thing?
Yes, this big green monster wields the axe, which must be given to
Alright.
Madmoin.
I'll level with you though. Uh, we are on a bit of a deadline to stop a demon incursion also. Is there a time limit to when I have to complete these things, or just as I'm able to fit them into my schedule?
Ah, whenever the world is not slated for destruction.
Excellent. That'll be it for Asher.
Okay. Fargrim the Barbarian's in chat.
Hi.
Hello.
Boom, boom, boom. All right. It's 1:36 p.m. and Tenzi and Company.
Astral raises to his full angelic splendor and begins chanting a hymn of praise and thanksgiving to Isis. Tenzi will walk in to the high priestess office, stand by Asher, and just pay his respects to Tara.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And Shandrak.
Shandrak is also gonna come into the office. There you go.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
My Roll20 just crashed.
Oh,
It's no problem. What were you saying Shandrak was doing?
And yeah, Sandrak's just gonna be listening in on the conversation, hearing about our tasks.
There we go. Okay, just listening in then. All right, Asher and Company.
Asher turns and catches them up on whatever they might have missed, and she says, "No, I can't force you guys to participate in these quests, so it's my debt to pay. But if you want to come, it sounds like the sort of thing we tend to do anyway: kill evil stuff and get some treasure."
Tenzi would definitely be up for um, escorting the avatar of Ushas. He's a little crestfallen that there's no hill giants involved.
Hey, yeah, do you know where we can find some hill giants? Just a friend of a friend needs to.
Intelligence check.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Hill giants might live in the hills.
Oh, thanks.
Or mountains.
Well, maybe there's Adrian hill giants. And
Well, the travel from Mingdao to Hangmai is long. Maybe we'll encounter something there.
Oh, that's true. And she looks at the others and says, "Well, that concludes the business I had here. Do we want to go back to we want to go back to Lucilia City, or do we want to wait here so that Chandrak can talk to Calamar in the morning?"
yeah, I don't think I have a business in Lucilia. Well, let's get a place to stay, I guess.
So we want to stay here. We can maybe go back by Calamar's.
And there were a lot of bunks there, so yeah, we can see if he's fine with us crashing his party.
You seem like a chill guy. I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
All right, sounds good to me.
Alright, so Asher and Karen Glor are going to walk back outside, rejoin their companions.
Godspeed your journey.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sounds like something that that people say. You be safe. And once everyone gets together, then they're just gonna walk back and take the boat to Calamar's.
Okay, Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi again bows, takes his leave of Terra, steps out and waits for a moment as Asriel completes his chanting, and then they both will head out to join their others.
Goodbye. You've got mail. Goodbye.
And then that'll be it for us.
Shandrak and company.
Shandrak will turn to Tara and say, good to see you again. Hopefully the next time we meet, it'll be another nice little meeting and we won't need to bring someone back from the dead or some other horrible thing.
Likewise, and I wish you good luck.
Shandrak and Ryer will make their way out front.
Don't forget the axe. The axe is very important. It is for General
We'll
Mohan.
get it!
Shandrak says, we might get Adria first.
I did take those best details down in my notes.
Okay. So Hang My is spelled like this. And
I spelled it right.
Eliomarand.
Did not even try to
spelled
spell
like
that.
I
this.
spelled it with an E.
Yeah. Okay, so you're headed back to Calamar's Tower.
Please.
Yeah. Try to crash with them.
Doesn't seem like it leaves the bedroom, so if we just stay on the upper levels, he'll probably never know.
Okay, you arrive back at the tower about 15 minutes later. Okay, time now is 1:52 p.m. Go ahead and roll base size initiative for me. And I actually have a handout for Elio Mirand. Asher, Tenzi, Shandrak. Save changes.
This is. Cool.
So they were very open-minded high elves. They embraced half elves into their society because of the advantages of having half elves. They didn't have to wait 300 years to have a child. So they could, beef up their military with half elves and stuff. And the downside was, they'd watch their children die, obviously, because half elves don't quite live as long as elves. And that's pretty much the only downside. But the upside was population, was a cool thing. Well, I guess they had to bury their dead, obviously, because elf bodies disappear when they die, but not half elves. So they had to build a crypt for their half elf children, and so they had a cast of half elves for the longest time. But when it came to the invasion of this army of Orogs, which were the offspring of Chernobog. By the way, Chernobog is a what was that type of Yugoloth you guys faced? Let's see. Encounters. Yugoloth, Greater. The Nikoloths. Remember the Nikoloths from the dungeon?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what Chernobog is. He is the Nikoloth. And apparently Chernobog is a special one that has some kind of important axe for General Moen. Okay. First up is Asher.
Okay, so no, I think we just didn't order the turn order tracker.
Oh, right. Sorry. First up is Tenzi.
Tenzi will head down the stairs. Oops, this is the right way. Okay. And he'll be calling down Calamar. Is it okay if we crash here?
And Calamar yells back up the stairs, "Yeah, come on down."
I'll get to there and stop.
And I'm going to turn animated graphics back on because this is not a big, complicated map. Okay, Shandrak Company.
Gandrak and Rar will follow downstairs. And also, I need to go at the top of the hour.
Okay. So you got an escort mission, a fetch quest, and a whole story arc of adventures to go
Ought
on.
to keep us busy for a while.
Yeah. Probably a year or so. Shandrak. You are
Making my way downstairs.
And
So
Asher.
promise to get Chandrak home, before too long. So you know how in a video game, your journal or your quest tab starts like getting pretty heavy. That's how Asher's feeling right now.
Yeah, yeah. Although that's like the best part of the game when you have a lot of stuff to do. Because
Yeah.
when you get towards the end of a game and it's like, oh, I got 3 things to do now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the whole game's over. It's the beauty of D&D though is it's never over. So you should always have a full quest tab, pretty much.
Yeah, they're all heading downstairs. I'm putting them all on top of each other. Accidentally grabbing the map. Oh, stop it. Oh my god. Sorry, not you. Accidentally moving the map. Oh,
Oh, just right click on the map and it'll fix that.
click on the map. Oh yes, thank you. And then Karen Glore is the last one. And they're basically all content to just hang out here and freeload off of Karen Glore, or off of Calamar's hospitality until the morning.
Okay. And with that, I'll take you back to the landing page where we can update our objectives and were there any level ups?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Nope, I'm a month away.
On Quest
Ooh,
Giver, I'm going to add Terra under Quest Giver. Pretty much though, King Pasilion is kind of ruled out as a Quest Giver. It was pretty much just Nim. The other characters provided information, but yeah. And then Terra is also one of your quest givers. NPC, Panoplia West, Nervia City, Terra. And then optional goals for right now. You've got escort Ushas from Ming Dao to Hang Mai. And defeat Chernobog in Elio Morand and give his axe to Mad Moen in Nervia. All right. prevent the summoning of Dark Lord Tenebris. Find all known copies of the Encyclopedia Demonica. So
I just remembered where I heard the name Chernobog. It sounded familiar. It's from American Gods. That's what I heard. Where I heard it, I think.
it's actually a Slavic god, but it was
Yeah.
used in Snow White, or not Snow White, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty, that big shadowy demon thing in one of the Disney movies.
In Fantasia.
Fantasia? Yeah, I think you're right. Fantasia. That's Chernobog. That's as far as I know, that's the only time it's been depicted, other than maybe in like the Witcher games or something, because they use Eastern European stuff.
It
You know?
was driving me crazy because I knew I'd heard that name before, but I didn't think it was in the game.
Yeah.
That's where I heard it in American Gods.
But literally, Chernobog in like old Russian or something means evil god.
Oh, well, okay.
So, like the devil, basically.
Yeah.
Chernobog. But yeah, I wanted a nice spooky name for that character, so I went with Chernobog. Why? There's something wrong with the dynamic lighting on this. Oh, okay. The dynamic lighting isn't all the way out to the corners. There we go. It's funny, you can expand dynamic lighting lines, but you can't rotate them. Wait a minute. There we go. And then I need to move this in. There we go. Okay, can you guys see everything? Current story arc, optional
Yep.
goals. Okay.
All symmetric.
All right. Sweet. So no level ups.
Nope.
And nobody redeemed any magical items. I just want to go over that real quick. We should have 2. I put them on the daily routine. So for our viewers, there's this and this. These 2. Whoops. I needed a little return there. So Watch Your Pants redeemed this. And Excel 809 redeemed this.
I don't know what it
And
is, but it feels awesome.
Sacco Tuesday knows what they want to redeem next. Does anyone want to redeem anything before I end the stream? I'm gonna try to raid Lord Gosumba if I can. I don't know. No, he's not streaming. We can raid my brother from another mother. Dice Corner. /raid. Dice Corner. And it says he's playing D&D. He's probably doing session prep. All right, here we go.